Hello, hello, guten Tag, guten Tag. Not alone, something alone. Having new friends can be like living in one great big family. Oh yeah, that's where my thing is. I'll take this off. I'm gonna tie my hair up. I haven't done it this way in a long time because I haven't actually tried tying it all up in one spot. I am missing a lot of hair down here. Oh shoot. It's almost long enough. I like doing it to the side like this because it looks super 80s and I love the 80s. And I love that style. I love that hairstyle. It's so cute. I look adorable. I like looking adorable. Alrighty. So let's get to work. I woke up hella early today, but I took a little bit of a half a day just kind of to myself a little bit. But we're going to put in some time today, don't worry. Alrighty. Alright. New day. 1:30 p.m. start time. What's on the agenda? Alright. All right. let's just do 485 for now, okay? Sorry, I got sidetracked. I've been editing a video. I'm not happy with my presentation of it because I usually have a higher energy when I talk about politics and stuff, so I fucked up. Anyway, let's get back to this, shall we? Alright. All right, we gotta ask questions. Let's see if we can do this all in one shot. I'm curious. I'm quite fucking curious. Wait, did they reset me for the week already? Again? Oh wait, that's right. They did that yesterday. Alright, let's see what we got. I'm so fucking curious. All right, let's see. Where to stage one's new IP? So I think we should make a new class that's like the new SSH manager. We should call it something to differentiate it, but basically we should just push all of the old SSH systems down below and then just keep the new ones up top. So of the file, of the SSH utils file, just basically so we have a marker of what existed, and then as we replace them, we'll delete them one at a time. But I think we should call this new one, it's because it's not really SSH manager, although it is kind of still. Fuck. What's a better name? Can you give me a better name for that? For question 1. Question 2. Yeah, keep them Q thread worker currently, right? What would you recommend for that? But I also don't think the actual thread's gonna be like, I think it should just be a function. I don't think it actually needs to be running on a thread. You know what I mean? I think it could just be triggered. Oh yeah, that would be the main thread. It could just be part of like the initialization for the application, basically systems for the like something along the lines of that. But let's see, question 3. Could you ask me question 3 and 4? Wait, how come it skips from question 3, 4 to 10? Are there more questions? Can you ask me them one at a time, moving forward from what I've answered? Unless I ask the question, in which case I want the answer to the question before we actually lock in that answer. That's a lot of fucking tickets that are getting absorbed into this system. Although, to be honest, not surprised. I just found the questions. I could have just read them and answered them. God damn it. Fuck it. Let's see. Can you ask me the questions one at a time, please? Thank you. Doc session underscore SSH. Well, no, it will definitely resolve, because if you look at the last step of the initialization process, it's like 3 or 4, like, that's part of the purpose of it, actually, believe it or not. It's not just for the reset of the username and password. It's literally so it could actually do the Avahi update as well, just in case. Yeah, fail fast. Regarding 443, is that potentially... What's that about? Can you answer that real quick before we answer the question 4?
¿Viste al doctor? Ay, apa, yo andaba trabajando, apa, no fuiste solito con mami. Ay, apa, yo me dio bastante coraje que no te acompañé. Esto.
The hell? Weird. Weird. So, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Right. That's fine. No. No, the reality for most users that are setting up the dock is going to be local. What the hell? Literally, the entire document says that. That's part of the context. Like, look up the intent behind the local setup. I say it multiple times in multiple files. You don't have to actually look it up, but I promise you, that's what I said. Because I know I definitely did. Without a doubt, multiple times, because I've had to justify every single connection. The people that are most gonna be doing through head scale are people that don't have access to the dock, that are not the dock owners. So like, or they do have access to the dock, I'm sorry. But basically, they're not the dock owners. So they're gonna be setting it up remotely through the head scale stuff. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. Does that make sense? Alright, I'll be right back. I have to go back. Bathroom. Alrighty. I always feel so much better and energized after going to the bathroom. It's kind of crazy. Alright, stage 3 password dialog home. Dialog home. Dialog home. I can't keep picking up my phone, dude. I gotta fucking focus. I'm just like ADHDing. Alright, let's see. No. That's actually getting restructured anyway. So... Fuck. Yes, for now, but no, there's going to be a restructuring of that. There's actually a ticket regarding that. The restructuring of placing the UI for this setup process, like local setup, in a different file separate from settings_UI, because it is. But for now, use that one. Or what about just starting a fresh one, starting a fresh file that's literally like in the same location as local setup, settings UI, settings_UI.py, and then basically just calling it local setup_UI.py. Does that make sense? And then that will become the new location for everything that is with that one ticket, where it's going to be moving everything out of settings_UI.py for local setup. That entire class is getting moved out of there. So that we could just note to place it there as well. Or actually, fuck it. Just place it inside of the current class. Yeah, let's make it a new one. Basically A. I'm agreeing with A, but note what I mentioned about the other ticket regarding the local setup UI class relocation. Note that. All right, next question. All right. There's a ticket. okay. Got a couple more questions left. So for this one, are you talking about when we do the SSH, the manual re-add? So basically this is the manual re-add. It's gonna prompt for the password, and then basically it's gonna make a new key. But what I think it should do is also delete the old key before adding the new one. And the key should use the same exact parameters, locations, namings, everything that exists in the current SSH key creation function within SSH utils. Can you give me some feedback on that? What do you think? All right, so I've been thinking about this. Hold on, meanwhile this is coming up. I've been thinking about this. A solution for the art-based LLMs. Instead of doing like art-based, like basically making it from whatever they ripped off, what if you do the training model from a bunch of artists that are all contributing and they all receive a percentage of the profit margin every single month from a community fund? I think that would be fucking great. I know it's like they would not be receiving like all the money in the world, but it would validate it a little more from the perspective of being able to actually be helping instead of taking from the art community. There's something there though. There's something there. Alrighty, let's get to this one. Yep, old public key needs to be orphaned. No, we should definitely address that now. The recommendation, the public orphan key absolutely has to get deleted. That also has to get deleted. So I mean, we have to, when we delete the other one, we have to delete the public one too, obviously. Both of them, and then regenerate local key. The function I think pretty much exists already. It could be reapplied. It already exists, but all the parameters in terms of the location, all that sort of shit, keep that the same. And then obviously making sure that you don't need to restate your password every single time afterwards. That's the other thing. So it's like it's all part of it. So then that way you don't have to actually keep doing that. So it has a keychain kind of situation on that. There's a way to do that. I forget what the name of it is, but To answer the question that you have here, let me see. Did I already answer it? I think I'm agreeing with B. I just don't think I'm understanding it correctly, potentially. Locked. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's only gonna ever run. I mean, to be honest, this is like the functionality of this. All of this stuff is going to be run via the API eventually. The only time this is actually pretty much running is at the app startup. So it's like, it's not really going to be something that's super necessary. So I think A. Essentially, yeah, just A. Request API key. And then the API takes care of the rest of the stuff. All the rest of the functions, everything else is going to be taken care through the API. And then obviously, it should send a trigger to the API on close to delete the API key, even though it technically just does take care of itself eventually. I mean, that's also, I mean, since now we have that system, I don't really think we actually need to send a signal to actually close it. I think it could just stay there. But security is security. Let's go ahead and Yeah, make it so it also sends that signal. I think we also need to add the function. Does the function to delete the old API key exist as an interfaceable function through the API? Because we have, oh yeah, it's close. I think it's the close one, /close. So I guess it's kind of like a mixture between A and B, because this would be basically, we need to build the interface for the doc API. So I mean, there needs to be some sort of API folder that has the functions that it can access, like a file, like a main file that gets populated with all the API functions or requests that it could possibly make. Like, this is where it could go. It could just basically be able to just send some sort of request, whatever request it needs to be sent, like through there. It's like totally request agnostic. And then the rest of the files for each type of request can be subcategories within, like, as files, like .py files that live in here. And basically, the doc API main.py would have the constant that would be fed the API key, the ephemeral API key. Does that make sense? Yeah, close and heartbeat. That, like, leave it as is. The reason for that is in the intent file. Why would you recommend that? Literally goes against the intention of that. Don't. Oh my god, that is dangerous. If I did not know that, or if I did not remember that, that would be so dangerous. So basically, the heartbeat is literally just a safety. In the case of, it's basically just to avoid zombie API keys that are technically valid and could technically, if the worst case scenario, some weird, well, I guess you'd have to SSH and have root access to be able to access it for real. But for some fucking weird reason, let's say you actually could use it, then you would have a bunch of API keys that would just be living on there that are just active and actually valid. You know what I mean? And so it's like, that's not a good, that's not safe. So we want to avoid that, and that's what the heartbeat is for. All right, let's see. Let's see. Wepa, 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 wepa. Alrighty then. Question 1. Yes. Just double checking. For step 1, when it does the decision for which ping, right? Are we doing, there should be a configuration file that sets the actual ping, like local or head scale. Like there should be not a configuration file. There should be a key within the configuration file that does that. Can we double check that real quick? I believe it follows that current architecture currently. Just double check though, please. Thank you. Oh, so the state lives in memory as long as the application's running, basically. Honestly, that's cleaner, because if it's setting it every time that it does the application, as long as it stays on, that's all that really matters. Yes. Yes, that's how it should run. I see. And basically we use run remote payload to actually do the SSH request. Is that what we're currently using for that? instead of pulling the data from that from the instead of pulling it from the JSON file, we could just pull it from the fucking memory. I mean, it's a constant. It lives in the same class. I mean, it will live in the same class eventually. Run remote payload, but honestly, potentially even just rewrite run remote payload, a simplified version of it, where literally it's just able to wait a second, here's another thing. Shit, I just realized something. If we're doing a key mint, it shouldn't be going through the API to mint the key. It should be a function that exists outside of the API, because how do you get into the API without getting the key? Can you do that? Shouldn't mint be its own separate function that gets triggered by the SSH command, so then that way you get access to the API with the key? All right. That is a serious question. Ah! Alright, cool. That works. I mean, yeah, let's pick it up now then. Fuck it. I mean, if we just do it now, just cut it off now, because it's part of the current system. Run remote payload is technically part of the current system that we're addressing. How do you do the SSH command without the fucking run remote payload function? You know, it's not possible. And instead of like, we're already making a new class. Just rebuild that function, simplified, literally just for that, like literally just for the API request. I mean, have it be agnostic, but then populate it with the API request essentially for the key, like for the API the mint, right? So then after that, you should be able to just, then it should return the API key. It stores it in the constant, and then it lives there. Within the constant would live exactly where we already have it. So it would just be calling the new run remote payload from the new SSH, not like the thing that's replacing, well, yeah, the thing that's replacing SSH manager, yeah? I think that would cover it. Let me know. It's a little bit more stuff, but dude, we're already taking on a huge bite. Might as well just add like 3 little fucking millimeters of shit. Is RAM only really cleaner? I mean, it's per session. As long as the application's open, it's there. It makes sense because then it's like not reading, because it doesn't. I mean, what's the benefit of storing it in memory, like in actual like hard drive memory, and not just fucking RAM? Like, what is the benefit? I don't think there's I don't think there's a benefit to that. If anything, it adds more fucking shit to track instead of having it be in a DM potent system. I think that's the word, right? Let me look that up. Is that the word? Am I using that right? Yeah. Idempotent. All right, that was weird. All right, I think this actually might execute the entire thing in one prompt. It might. At the very least, we're gonna have all the modules that we need. Then we can debug as we go. At the very least. All right, we're touching a bunch of tickets here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 tickets. Hot damn. All right, that's 10 tickets in just the first step. Stage 2 touches. Well, another 7 here. Go. Nice starting point. I like it. Alright, let me see something. Hot damn. I don't see where the questions are. Can you go over the deviations real quick? I mean, are they gonna? Does it fix? What exactly is the problem? Does it go away? Is it deviating from the actual plan that you gave me? What is the differences here? I don't care about the method names. Ever. Like, it's literally the functionality more than anything else. As long as they're accurate. That's it. I don't know what you mean by DA, DB, DC. Can you just ask me these questions one at a time instead of bombarding me with a bunch of text? It's just, I never do well with a bunch of text. I had already covered this in the conversation context. Look at it. I said build it in ssh_utils.py. Look in the conversation context. Is there? Drafted first. But as long as it's still pretty much the same exact thing as the other time, except with these updated changes, you can just fucking run it right after. Oh shit. I haven't been recording. Oh my god. So the rest of this is inside the fucking stream, I guess, the YouTube file. For this day. Basically, we've been like fine-tuning this entire path here worth of shit. This plan. We're taking out like 17 tickets pretty much within the single thing. I forgot to hit the record button again after I hit stop. My bad. So yeah, pretty much it's about to just do the last. It had some other questions and it's about to do the last bit. I have to go to the bathroom again. God damn it. All right, I'll be back. This is outside of scope. You're only supposed to, okay, undo everything. We're redoing this stuff. All we are addressing is SSH_utils. Every other file does not need to be updated yet. That's going to be updated one at a time as we go along. That's the whole purpose of this. I don't want to do it the other way. Like, all I want to do is SSH_utils, make SSH_utils function with the API. That is the only thing we are concerned with. Updating everything else, doing all the other shit, that's future tickets. All of that is future tickets. We are not there yet. God damn. What a waste of tokens. I want byte perfect match. What it was. Everything as it was, yeah? My scope, once again, is SSH_utils. The workflow that we've been designing and working through has only involved questions regarding SSH_utils, not the thread, not any of that stuff. You are not to update any of that stuff. You do not have the context for that. We are addressing that later. All of these things are going to have functions. They're going to have new API requests. Everything is getting redesigned. The architecture is getting redesigned. That is what we're currently doing. You cannot update things just because you think, like, goddamn, dude. I explicitly said what we're doing. You added a bunch of stuff into the ticket that was not, like, into the workflow that I thought was just being addressed by the current thing that we're doing. But these are, don't change anything else besides SSH utils. That is what we're addressing. And then the things that SSH utils is pulling from, if it needs it. But you have all of the variables that you need put together, the fucking workflow, because now we need to restart it pretty much. Put together the plan from the previous conversation that we had, because I'm not gonna have a 2-hour conversation again. God damn. Jesus Christ. That's a 2-hour conversation. We etched out all of those variables. At this point, I would rather just build it and be wrong and then me fix it later. Like, at this point, I'd rather that. God damn it, dude.
I made a stupid plan to get...
Wait. Why is question 10 and 11 out of the context window? It regards API access. The whole purpose of the SSH system that we're doing is the stuff that I gave the context for. All the other files, everything that's further upstream, downstream, further downstream, like the logic thread for the setup, all that shit forward is not part of it. But the question 10 and 11 absolutely is. It's the stuff that that calls all the stuff that's in this folder, correct? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what fucked it up. I need the fucking questions again to make sure that they're not touching anything else. Just basically, god damn it, dude. This is what I'm talking about. This is so fucking frustrating. The whole goal is to get SSH utilities to work with the API systems that we pushed the last fucking 4 days into. That's what we're doing. God damn it, dude. Oh my god. Correct. And please, for the love of God, I hope that you got all the details from this fucking conversation. Seriously, dude. I'm just, like, it was 2 hours, dude. It was, like, literally 2 hours of questions and answers and design and all this shit. And, and then you just drop the ball by adding all this other shit that I didn't even realize. I should have noticed it more. But, like, you should not be adding shit like that. Like, I wasn't asked about that. But we'll address that later. Just fucking do it now. God damn it. Alrighty. I'm gonna stop recording real quick because this is fucking gonna take a while. Hopefully it does. All right. Okay. So I'm going to ask you this question, and I need you to check everything, quintuple check it, please. Literally check it like 3 times at least. What I'm looking to do with this recent ticket, with this recent system that we put together here, the ping system, everything for after the application turns on and opens. It pings, it picks local or head scale as the SSH variables. Then after that, it uses that to populate the SSH API request mint that it has like for this, for sending it out, right? Then after that, oh yeah. And for the actual SSH, we're also going to make sure that the SSH key still works. If it doesn't work, it's going to prompt the user for a username. Well, password. And basically it's going to reuse the same password that we're going to use eventually for this local setup. Like the same password window that we're going to use for the local setup. But it's not done yet. That part's not done yet. Happy path would be the SSH key works. It uses the SSH key that's saved onto the computer to then get SSH access with the run SSH function that we have that's replacing the payload one. And then after that, it puts it through to the machine. Machine runs a local API 127.0.0.0.1. And then after that, it does a mint. It returns the minted API key to the actual application. And then it can use that API key. It lives in memory. And then the status of the actual connection lives in memory as well, not within the configuration JSON file. And basically it uses that, and as long as the application is up and running, the heartbeat is working in a way where it just stays open. But the second you close it, it's going to close out it's going to delete the API key. But if it doesn't delete the API key correctly, Heartbeat takes care of it then. And then let me take a look at what files it actually touched. Correct. We're gonna see if this actually worked. It looks right here. Let me look at SSH utils. Boss. What is this address here? Why does AP? No. The API request key lives in... I don't know what this is. This looks wrong. Keychain, that's correct. This is the only thing. This doesn't exist here. This should live in the actual API. The only error that I found so far is that this particular function here is for minting, right? Like the API key. If that's the case, this is supposed to live in this file. And then this file calls in order to actually run it. Basically, it's like SSH lives in SSH and API world lives in API world. They should not be intermixing. You see how overbuilt this is right here? This is what I wanted to get rid of. This shit. This right here and that right there. And I fucking hate the emojis so goddamn much, dude. I don't like emojis in my code. I just don't.
We are all familiar with the war-jobbing movement, which is going completely without technology on a long-haul flight or simply sitting in silence to learn patience. You should try that sometime.
Okay, solid. Okay. Now. In relation to the current SSH redesign, the current ticket that we're working on, I believe it's 485. We're done with it, right? That's pretty much it. It should be. So basically, the things that are left over are just the stuff that's already mentioned in other tickets. That's fine if that's the case. We will come across them when we come across them. If that's the case, then this ticket is absolutely done. This ticket was only focusing on pairing SSH with the API. That was literally it. Any other stuff that was added was assumed. If it's not mentioned in other tickets, then bring it up. But if it does exist in other tickets, then it was added by you, and I didn't want that in there. That's not a step in the actual tickets themselves. The goal of the ticket should have been, once again, to pair the application side SSH systems with the doc side API for the basic connection, to basically be able to mint. There should be a ticket that involves the doc initialization logic redesign. But honestly, dude, we're gonna go file by file. We have to work through the doc initialization logic. It's broken right now. You know, it's like we have to do that. So it's like there is a ticket somewhere in here that has something to do with this. I promise you. Out of like the 500 tickets that currently exist. Bring it up. So okay, so the ticket basically the issue there is already addressed in that ticket, is what you're saying. I know it doesn't mention doc session SSH, but it does mention a redesign of the doc init and all the other parts of the entirety initialization process. All right, then git push the full workflow. And then regarding the other tickets that are already no longer active because of this new ticket that we just finished, 485, you can mark them off as closed, mark this one off as closed, read the entire conversation context for the questions that you have. You should have all the answers in here. It is not end of day. I think that answers everything that you would have to ask me. Alright, so now it pretty much is gonna run this. Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay. So alright, let's continue the projects from where we were. We just finished ticket 485 and it's closed now. But okay, so let me just go over, let me give overview of what we currently have. This is session 3, by the way, for the day. Okay, so context. Server-side API is done, for the most part. Dock-side API connects to the server-side API well. App-side API connection systems are done that connect to the dock-side API. I'm trying to think if there's any other connection backend that we should start before we actually start with the initialization functions and the initialization thread logic and the initialization UI. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that might be the next step though. Regardless of what the next tickets are. But I'm also curious to know what the next ticket is, if it's in relation to this.
want to teach your kids about that. No, I'm singing the song. Bro, you gotta look at what Michael's doing. This is like the climax. There's like 30 seconds left. No, I'm not having a stroke. We're singing Michael Jackson, The Experience for Nintendo Wii. It's not a big, okay? Now that the nagging wife is gone, let's I didn't say anything. I actually was. She clearly doesn't understand greatness. It's hard for her. See the vision? It's not autism. It's actually. I know what I looked like, but that was the feeling I had. That was the experience I was going through. All right, chat. Where were we? Singing the song. No, I'm singing the song. Bro, you gotta look at what Michael's doing.
This will be the first time we get over an obstacle without HKs. You gotta learn how to balance yourself upright and get over it.
Okay.
Alright? Hey, don't be lazy on your steps. We know we can step strong with the right, so step strong with the right. There you go. Nice. Now you're up on it, so what you gonna do? Pick up a little bit. See what I'm saying? You got that same direction. Keep back your body up.
No.
We got a game plan there. But you can't give up just when you get stopped. You gotta find it.
Alrighty, let's take a look at this shite. And then, just like clockwork, I sang one song, my neighbor starts with their karaoke blasted. Just like clockwork, every fucking time. I have to go feed my kitty. I'll be back. Leia. Leia. Alright, fuck. I forgot to leave that on. Oh, I left that on. God damn it. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. I left it recording. My bad, y'all. Alright, let's turn this up, though. Alrighty. You see, I feel like the UI stuff is way too downstream. We need to work on the upstream stuff to prepare for the downstream stuff. It doesn't make sense to do the selection and all that stuff if we don't even know what we're connecting to. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not ready to even be connected, I feel like we need to work the next downstream location from SSH is basically the doc init functions, and then the doc init logic thread, and then the doc init layout, and then we would do the setup window stuff. This is real. Oh, hopefully it's gonna thunderstorm soon. Oh. Yeah, please update project priority.md to reflect that, and then let's start with BT008 right afterwards. But first do the project priority update, please. Thank you. I feel like I'm just gonna end up rebuilding it from my head, but I'm just using the tickets just in case there's things that I miss, because there could be. But this is already, like, we've already done that heavy lifting. Like, most of this shit from here on out is gonna be fucking smooth fucking sailing. That's what it's gonna be. my god, I want that guy to do me a shirt for its hours. I want to offer free courses real bad. I think I kind of wanted to get involved in my township where I currently live, offering them free courses for shit like media. I kind of want to do that, but I don't want to sign up and not be able to follow through. It's important that I can follow through with it. Let's see what we got. Wait, what's the problem here? What are you talking about, the source edit? Why does it always insist on doing extra shit? And I'm like, I don't want it to. It just makes me kind of doubt what I'm doing. I'm like, dude, did you actually do the thing or did you not do the thing? I freaking hate that. It's always like looking for extra shit to do, and I'm just like, dude, I appreciate the hustle, but goddamn, it is confusing sometimes. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Alright. I'm just gonna leave the tickets as they are here. We're just gonna take my fucking architecture. You could not handle my fucking simple ass request. I just want to make it so I'm addressing doc init functions, doc init logic thread, doc init layout. That is what we're addressing. I feel like you just made all this other fuckery that we don't actually need. God damn, dude. It's just a bunch of shit we don't need. Like, it's like, I don't understand why I'm like, I make a request and it's like, oh, here's 30 other things that aren't the thing that you're requesting, and we're not going to end up doing the thing you're requesting. We're going to do the 30 things that I think are right. And it's like, oh my god, dude. Just find the tickets as we fucking go along, I guess. Whatever, dude. I'm already fucking not even bothering with this shit anymore. It's just literally so goddamn, like, just fuck it. It's just so many tickets. I'm never gonna have this many tickets ever again. It's I don't blame it. Like, I honestly do not blame it. It's just fucking annoying. What are you doing? Undo. What the fuck are you doing? When did I say start working on the functions? What the fuck? Alright, we're gonna look at the fucking goddamn functions file and we're gonna find this shit. I'm gonna give you a to-do list. God damn, dude. It does the other shit very well, but this shit, oh my god, dude. It's a lot. It is a lot. I'm not gonna lie. We're doing an entire fucking restructuring and it's all in my head and it knows most of it, but for some fucking reason it doesn't want to do it. So I'm just gonna have to do it myself, which is fine. Doc init, doc functions. Okay. So collect username. This is a function. This is purely. This is pure fucking. This should just save it to the configuration file. That's literally all we're doing. Correct. Alright, so this one right here, Avahi. All the SSH commands in here are going to be API calls. Okay. So we're going to go in here, doc API, app server functions, init functions.py. Alright, so this code here, this function, we need to take out the SSH commands and basically make them API calls that then get they should use the function for the API calls that exists in here. Once we get the architecture down, I think we're going to be able to do this all in one foul swoop. on a second. I got a wedgie. Okay. Alrighty, cool. So here we go. Now it should be using and it should be using the API key that it got from the startup of the application here. Fuck. Then it should place the call functions that it basically would use here in here. So the function in here would basically and it should be using the doc underscore API underscore main function that it uses to actually, so it should be basically like the function itself that lives inside of the init underscore functions .py file that I have here. That's in the app server functions folder. Basically, should be populated with the API request. Using all the variables that we just built out in the previous things that we did today already. Look at the workload, coordinate that, propose something real quick, because this is essentially going to become the structure that we utilize for the rest of the doc-based functions that are originally SSH calls. We're replacing them with API calls, essentially. That is the overall goal. The stuff that remains app side, for example, like anything that populates the configuration file, anything like that, still lives here. It's just that instead of doing the SSH commands, we're going to be doing essentially the API calls in there. So it's going to basically replace that. Essentially replace the SSH command with the API calls using the architecture that I just outlined above. Let's see what it does. Here's hoping. Oh my goodness, dude. Here's hoping. This is about to get fucking easy. Oh my god, I can't wait. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's actually gonna work. Oh my god, if this fucking works. I'm gonna be one happy fucking person. Let me tell you. Alrighty, let's see. I think that's pretty much. Oh my god, dude! I want him to do a fucking. Way! Woo! What? Continue. What the fuck happened? Before continuing, please make sure that everything was fine before the API cut out. If everything's okay, then continue. But only after verifying. Please make sure. Alright, let's take a look at this. Oh my god, I forgot to add the fucking dock functions. Ah, I forgot to add the fucking... Okay, hold on. No, I did add that one. Avahi, yeah, I did add that. Init underscore functions. Yeah, doc API, iOS build, yes. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, dude, this is about to be fucking great. By the way, I like this beat. Alright, I think I'm gonna stick one more month with fucking Opus just to see what else they fucking release, if they release anything else. Because Opus 4.8 is actually not half bad. From what I've seen so far, it's literally not half bad. So, you know, if as long as it fucking is able to keep up. Wait a minute. No. Doc API main. Is that the name of it? Hold on. That might be the name of it. Doc API main. Okay, cool. We good. Nice job. I'm aware. Let's just add a ticket at the end of like out of the current. Yeah, I'm aware that nothing currently ties. Into launch app. I'm aware. So basically everything after, it's assuming that like currently, let me just make sure that I'm verifying this correctly. Currently it's assuming that I'm going to update that to tie into the launch app in Window Orchestrator, correct? Like the functions and everything exist and the class exists, but it's not actually wired into launch app. So it's not actually like live, but it exists. It just needs to be wired in. Okay, cool. No worries. We're gonna add it. Don't worry. It's all good. Thanks for watching after that, though. I appreciate that. Where is this? Okay, good. Don't save. All right. Actually, I kind of want these to also have the... One last thing we're going to add to the template for basically moving those files over. I actually think I want them to also have the configuration stuff. So basically, they're not tying from one init_functions file to another init_functions file. You get what I'm saying? So basically we're removing the Avahi block from there, and then eventually that's going to become the function inside of the new init_functions file. It's the one that's actually going to be called within the thread. Does that make sense? Basically we're replacing the functions. So there should be, after this right here, after this prompt, there should be no Avahi function within init_functions.py, the first one, like the original one. And we'll address the logic rewiring stuff afterwards. Don't worry about that. We're just focusing on this right now. But that's going to be part of the main template of the changes that we're looking to do. Basically, all of the files, I mean, this part right here is just context, just so you know what the goals are here, keeping you updated. So essentially what we're looking to do is basically do this for all of the files within here to essentially basically make it so we can delete init_functions. entirely. Because all these functions are all SSH commands. And then they also tie to the application, like there's stuff like with the configuration files and all that sort of stuff. But all of the stuff, like all of the functions that exist here are associated with some sort of step of a subsystem within the actual dock itself. Yeah, because otherwise we're gonna have two init underscore functions, and it's like it's gonna get confusing as shit. And then basically this layouts will be the only thing that's left. Layouts and logic. But once again, right now for this particular step, we're only concentrating on Avahi. But I'm just giving you the context for everything else too. We're not doing too bad.
Who would imprison these ants? Well,
Awesome. All right, so state the template again. Step by step, the template. This is what I want you to do, just so we have it fresh in context here. I'm gonna save that one for last, actually. We're gonna do this one next. This one's pretty easy. Create root storage group. Can this exist? Can this be part? I think this one, honestly, I think this part here, all these permissions in the group the user creation, this group can exist already. It just has to get renamed. All right, this is another one, but this is that's a larger one. You see, it's like that. All right, let's do the tail scale one. Storage, email manager, username. Oh fuck. This is a larger one. All right. Create a new ticket and call it migrating init functions over to API. Make a list. Outline this particular template that we're using for general, like a general template. Then after that, make a bulleted list of all the functions that we're moving over. Don't overthink it yet. Just make a list of the functions that we're moving over. Essentially, if they have SSH commands, those are the ones we're moving. That's the only parameter that we're worrying about. We're not worrying about, oh, but this one also has interwoven systems with this and that and this and that. No. If it has SSH commands and it's a system, so like all of these. Set up tail scale, create root storage, email manager class. Set up tail scale, create root storage, and email manager class. Those are the three main ones that we're moving over. But we are the other ones though. You see, I think the rest of them should also be added there, to be honest. I think all of them should get moved over. Actually, every function that's currently there, that way we end up just one localized location for the initialization functions, and they just also happen to be utilizing the API. Does that make sense? Shit. No, I forgot. shit, 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 shit. We have to undo that. I fucked up. My bad, my bad. So, so we gotta undo what we just did. Shit. I just remembered why we can't do that. It's because the functions that we're putting on the dock side are literally just things that exist for the dock. The stuff that exists on the app side are, like, for example, the configuration files, stuff like that, all that shit is stuff that lives on the app. God damn it, my bad, I fucked up the architecture. So if we could just undo that, my bad, and then update the template again. Fuck. I fucked up. It's a weird distribution of shit, but fuck it. I like it. Shit, and also has to use safe action. God diggity damn it. It also needs to use safe action. I just realized that shit. Oh my god. Alright, it's fine. How far have we gotten in the safe action function, actually? Let's see. And now there's one last thing we gotta do. One last thing we gotta do, actually, to finish the connection for the API action. It shouldn't go directly to the dock. It should not. What it actually needs to do is go through safe action. So basically the API call goes to safe action, and then safe action is the actual launch trigger for the API functions, like the function that it's supposed to be triggering and all that stuff, and it's all the stuff that it returns. It goes, the API call is actually launching safe action. Safe action launches the actual function, and then it returns the API call, the API functions variables back through the API to the dock. I know it seems kind of convoluted, but the reason for that is just safety for power outages and also connection outages or anything else that happens in between. I know it's like a little bit over engineered. What do you think, actually? What do you think about that? I'm kind of interested to hear what you think. I just wanted to kind of start. It's more for like SFTP actions that would have been SFTP actions originally. That's what the purpose of this is, but I figured we might as well just use it for that. Like already implement it. Like already implement it with this stuff, because I want it to be like one flow of action, like a path, like a singular path of actions that can be taken from the dock. That way it's like one single path, like everything follows the same path. There's no like chasing down, where does this happen, where does this happen, you know? But it could also feel like a little over engineered, to be honest.
Bart, Kristen Stewart has reached out to me and asked me to stop doing a Bell Swan impression. I decided to show all of you how I do the Bell Swan impression so that you can all do it and take it with you at home, since I'm not going to be doing it anymore. With my confusion, hair rub, intensify, shake, accept, get scared, bark, shit, wait.
Alright. It is over engineering, you're right. Fuck it. Leave as is then. Abahi is fine as it is. Alright, so is fine as it is. Thanks for pushing back on that. You're right. Alright, so fuck. Write out the new template based off of the changes that we had made. Once again, not going through safe action at all because it doesn't actually need that. I'm assuming it's going to be pretty stable connection and parameters. Technically, there could be ways that it can go fucking wrong, but we're not building for that yet. That's like way down the line. I think there's also a ticket to make sure that it can be continued if there is, but that's like further down the line. Right now we're focusing on just being able to execute the actual functions on the dock. So basically, once again, the architecture is essentially going to be API requests. The functions that were in the original init underscore functions are going to have the to be moved to this new init underscore functions file. Basically all the SSH commands would get pushed over. Can you just double check? Alright, so basically that was just to reaffirm it, but the template that we used up to what we have currently with the Avahi stuff is correct. I just want to make sure you just outline it again, just to have it fresh in context. Oh god, it's a lot of shit to keep track of. All right, so we're not doing that. I fucked up almost. That was a really bad fuck up, to be completely honest. My bad. Yes. Correct. All right. All right. Then we honestly can continue because I was trying to like take it one step at a time, and I just figured out the architecture in my fucking head right now. So what we're actually gonna do is keep this here, keep this here, keep this here. Nope, this is the one that we're gonna update. So essentially using that template, we're gonna move all the SSH tasks for MSMTP and stuff like that, and GPG and all that stuff into functions that go in here. Use the same header as Avahi, and use the architecture, the layout, the template that we have above, like I said. Keep all Mac stuff on the current file, right? So make sure it all talks to the API, does all the things, basically replacing SSH with API. Let me know if you need any other That's the next biggest one, so might as well fucking. She's adorable with a baby!
How does the world even stay indifferent? Well, let me tell you. It all begins with wool fibers. The template scales on them and help them pull together. Then you add a sharp bar of needle to the picture and you tangle those wool fibers into the mesh and fabric. Even though denim isn't really like wool, a tight weave means the bar of needle can push those wool fibers into it. And you keep stabbing it for long enough, it'll get really, really, really stuck into the jacket. Then, I like to do an added step of wet multiple wool, which, like the needle, tangles and wraps the fibers together, but this time on both sides of the jacket. So now you have wool, through cotton fabric, tangled together and matted together on both sides. Could it ever come out of the fabric or damage? Sure, if you picked at it for a long time and let your cat scratch it. But so is embroidery or lots of other embellishments. Really, the biggest thing to avoid with felted garments is washing them in hot water in a washing machine, because they will definitely shrink. Anyway, I've been working on a tutorial for this octopus jacket.
Whoa, that's cool.
Questions are about felted clothing, so I can answer them.
They are trying to take over our country. Congress quietly moves to integrate U.S. and its
Oh lordy. Alright, so this is gonna be running for a hot minute. This is a big one, so I'm gonna pause this recording. Wait a minute. So just make sure that, yeah, it's sending the So we need to rebuild the client secret stuff and all that sort of stuff. That should be the next thing that we address, to be honest. It's just relevant to what we're doing now, so might as well. But just make sure that the SSH stuff first gets moved over, and note the 3 design calls that you have there. Does it run into the correct, as long as everything's moving into the correct location as it currently stands regarding the wrapping for pass, as long as it's dropping to the correct location, that's all that matters. Whatever you need to do for that. No. We want to keep the configuration mapping moves not to dock side. We want to keep them on Mac side. So are you talking about there? Are you talking about like the JSON file edits and the additions there? Am I missing something there, or can you expand on that question a little bit briefly, just bulleted points? So the token helper, yeah, I know it currently still sends that. We need to restructure so it requests it from the server API. Make a note of that, and we're gonna do that as our next approach once we finish the overall SSH commands and all that sort of stuff. Do you have any other questions for me? All right, I just said this. I was like I wasn't recording, but basically I'm answering these questions here, the design calls that it makes, and I'm just answering questions and also asking my own questions. It has other stuff. I thought I was just gonna take off and do. It asked me a lot of questions, which is good too. No, yeah, that stays max side. No, that stays max side. Basically, what we're doing is Mac side. Basically, MAC side. Jesus, for some reason the dictation tool is not hearing it. So what we want to do there is basically collect the variables to use to feed to the API the stuff that all the variables. Basically we're collecting the variables and then we do one send over. You get what I'm saying there? I think I got your questions then. I think that was the only one, right? Run it. Wait, doesn't it also send the token though? For the, like, it should be also sending the refresh token, right? It should be writing it to pass, yeah. I love you, Liza Minnelli. Solid, run it. We are back. I'm back in the saddle again. I'm back. All right, we're gonna continue. Hold on a second, we're not done. We got to do the same deal with this one. Basically, I believe we already have the tail scale side already set up on the init_functions file for the API stuff. But I think we haven't tied it to this function yet, so it updates the doc side, I mean the app side. So basically, replacing the SSH calls in this file Oh no, it is. Oh, wait a second. It is already tied to the API. But what we need to... Wait, hold on. Nope. With the API calls instead. So basically, it should work with the current API tail scale stuff that we have in the init_functions.py for the dockside stuff, the dockside functions. It's probably not 100%. I'm probably gonna need to fix a lot of this shit. basically it should be using the dockside connections to the server, because they're no longer, the application side is no longer even fucking valid anymore. It doesn't exist anymore. So it's like, basically it should just be sending the API request to launch it via the dock, and the dock handles everything and then returns the variables that it needs for the configuration file. Same shape that we've been following with everything else. Is that B? And does that clarify it? Awesome. All right, let's take on the next one. So we did tail scale. Oh no, that's it. I think this covers all of the functions from this file, like all the SSH commands that were being sent. I think we're good here, right? With the doc underscore init underscore functions dot py. Ah, shit. Okay, wait. That one is actually... Okay, well, that one's actually a little bit of a crazy one. How about this? Let me know what you think about this. Because I'm kind of curious. I kind of think that this group should be sent with the image and then just renamed within this step. You get what I'm saying? Like, the group already exists. Like, why are we making a group that has to get made? If it has to get made, it gets sent in the image. And then just gets renamed. I think that makes the most amount of sense for this shit. To be completely honest, I think it's gonna tell me I'm right. No, it should be named the same thing as the entirety of the doc by default. For the name resolution, I think it's dash works, right? And then BT09 closes as part of this shift. Wow, okay, cool. What do you think about this? What do you think about my answers? Respond first before starting. Briefly. You don't have to go into too many details. I can't believe it's only 6:44. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, but no. But the naming convention needs this. All the caps, like, however the capitalization currently is within the actual function for the group creation currently is what it should use. If it uses, because it's supposed to be pulling the variables from the configuration file, right? So just make sure that it's doing that. That it's able to do that. It shouldn't be doing Pascal letters because I didn't add for it to do the caps on the name. At least I don't think I did. Is it using the lowercase? I believe it's using lowercase for everything, including the default username. I believe. It might not. But I want that to be consistent across the board. Yes, let's use that. The normalization for the rename. Make sure that it uses the same as the host name. Exactly.
Your house gets messy because of the broken window effect.
Nah. Hooray!
First of all, the Trump Kennedy Center is no more. A federal judge today ruled that Donald Trump placed his name on the building illegally and that it has to come down at once. The judge stated that the Kennedy Center was named after one president, not two, if Donald Trump's attempts to change that were in violation of federal law. The second big loss is the fact that another federal judge has temporarily blocked any and all work from Trump, his administration, and his staffers on their $1.8 billion slush fund that they created for the quote-unquote victims
Hooray!
organization of the Biden Department of Justice. Now, this order is temporary, but it's still a big deal because it will hopefully give it time for Congress to get their shit together and to shut it down for good. Here's Donald Trump's third big news. There was 9 headlining artists announced for Donald Trump's America 250, which is a celebration in D.C. on the 4th of July this year. And since the announcement of these 9 artists, 6 of them have publicly came out, said that they never agreed to perform, and some of them even condemned the Trump administration before they all stepped down and said they wouldn't be there. That's all for now.
Ha ha! Hooray!
Donald Trump is not enjoying his.
La música tiene una gran importancia.
Alright, this is pretty much done. Let's see. Okay. I am painfully aware that this is going to break a lot of shit. Not a whole lot of shit. But I want to move these files out of here, this folder, called doc_init_ui_backend, to just place it in this folder. And then if we can update anywhere that calls it, that way it's updated. Run it. Alrighty. Sweet. Yeah, update the doc string comment. That would actually be awesome. Yeah, for Obsidian Workspace, yeah, that's important. Init functions. Just make sure all of it's accurate to what it how it currently stands, please. That'd be awesome. Thank you. We're continuing. We're getting closer. I'm really 5 hours in? Jesus Christ. That's nuts. Five and a half hours. Not bad, dude. Alright, this is worth it. Doc bootstrap. Doc API name. Why doesn't Doc bootstrap? This is another weird, like... This is another weird challenge here that I found. So why is it that on my Obsidian file, this is Obsidian stuff. This is not repo stuff, but doc-bootstrap and doc-bootstrap and doc-api-main are gray still. Why aren't they the same color as the other doc stuff?
What's Cindy been doing these last 20
Yes, please. Would it? Awesome. All right, so let's do. Was there a ticket that covered SSH to API conversion for the doc_init_functions? Then I think this no longer actually. Wait a second. No, B through I are actually done. They just weren't done in this session. You can verify that. That's the full like verification, like TPM. That's the whole. Isn't that already done? Double check it, please. Verify, or maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I am wrong. Double check that though. I don't think the TPM needs to be signed everywhere. Give me a list of to-do items. Is this multiple tickets or is this just one ticket? I'm so confused about that. B. That's so much shit. It's just so many words, dude. I'm gonna continue off the top of my head, and then we'll eventually address the rest of these tickets. Mark whatever's done as done currently within the ticket, and then we're gonna continue off the top of my head because I don't want to fucking I know what I need to do next, and I don't want to follow these tickets because they're just gonna sidetrack me. I'm working on building the fucking foundation before I actually start doing everything that you're describing here. Sounds like it's way downstream. I would classify error handling as downstream, or like anything along, like all of this pretty much sounds downstream. Alright, so next step, you had pointed out this one issue with the API tool not being tied to orchestrator window or something like that. So basically it's like the first step is not being addressed. So I kind of want to address that right now. No. I think the next thing that we gotta fix and update is basically the doc init logic and then doc layout. And then doc layout. So basically doc init logic needs to be not only updated in terms of what functions it's calling, if anything needs to be updated, all that sort of stuff, but also doc layout needs to be updated with the actual like step number variable needs to be pulled from doc init logic. That's where the responsibility of that's going to be going to. So as long as we just basically got to get, now we have server API connection to doc API connection to app, functions that have been migrated over to the doc side so they can be accessible through the API. Now we need to update the logic thread to make sure that it's accurate and nothing broke in relation to the moves that we did, and then same with layout, and then transfer layout step numbers over to the init logic thread function. So then that way that's the only thing that's actually handling the logic, and then the layout only operates as UI. That's basically what we're trying to do right now. I know there's a ticket in there for that somewhere, but for that particular part. So this is like a mixture of stuff. We're gonna address the first part first in terms of like making sure everything's cohesive, and then we'll address the numeric side of things. Does that make sense?
If you've been following it, there's a
Let's see what we got. One shell still running. Okay. Interesting. Where am I with my fucking tokens? Oh, buddy, we fucking reset. Nice. I'm only at 16%. My friend, we are doing nicely. And we still got what until the second? Oh fuck yeah, dude, we're gonna be going great. We're gonna be fine. Done first cohesion. Okay, so now let's update the numeric logic for steps to be handled by thread and for it to push over to, so then that way there's not two instances. Find the ticket and then use it as context. And I think you can handle this one, to be honest. It's not the craziest thing in the world. It's just make sure you don't make fucking code spaghetti, you know? That's the only thing I'm asking. I think this one's pretty easy. I think this one's pretty straightforward. Let me know what you think. If you feel like you really are like overwhelmed by it, let me know. Solid. So now, if everything is fucking going according to plan. Dock initialization should technically be updated currently with the latest version that is required with the SSH to API revamp and the entirety of all the connection all the way through from dock-init file all the way, like dock-init layout, that being the UI, all the way through the server is currently coordinated. Can you verify if anything's missing here in relation to the happy path? Hold on. So let's just do this the right way. We're not gonna do this like, we're not gonna monkey patch it. We're gonna do this right. Okay? So where does this need to exist? I feel like B is monkey patching it. It should not try to mint. No, it's part of the startup process. So essentially, the dock initialization, all of that, like in terms of, no, that's not the word I'm looking for. Hold on. So essentially, it should go like this. You turn on the application, assuming that everything's already. First, it checks to make sure that local setup was done. Yes, local setup was done. We haven't touched that part again yet. But after that, like happy trail, happy path, right? Whatever the fuck. So essentially, what we want to do is this. It turns on the application. Application opens. The second it opens, it pings. It does the ping. After it pings, it does the. It pulls. It does the whole shebang for setting up the variables, right? For like the connection variables. So there's that one function that we have that basically sets the local or head scale variable in memory, right? That's what we decided. And then after that, it should, like right after that, should then generate the API key. Well, it does it first. It goes through the SSH stuff. So the API key setup has the SSH key systems inside of it to generate the API key. It should be using the SSH key function So basically checks to make sure that the SSH key is good. If it's not good, it'll pull up the prompt, right? But happy path, right? We're going happy path. So assuming it is, it would then generate the API key, populate the constant. So then that way the session API key is generated. So first path is, so all two of those functions, both SSH functions, should live within the API key generation, like the mint. So basically, I guess that's exactly what you're talking about right there is B, but I think my architecture is a little bit different. So basically, the mint has the setup, like in terms of head scaler local, it does that first, then SSH check, then API key. Exactly, so then everything, all connection variables are set within one function. Exactly, so essentially all the connection variables, everything is set within a single function. So it's like, boom, right there. We're not touching the wizard yet. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I just realized you're right. This is the dot. Well, okay. Well, what I put out there right now is just the normal application startup. But, fuck, you're right. I need to do another one for the... initialization. Fuck, you're right. It's a different process. It's totally a different process. This is not relevant to the initialization process setup. This is just what I'm going over right now is literally just the after this has all been set up, after doc's been initialized, after local setup is done. This is the process for just the normal app startup. My bad. Run it. I'm gonna define the wizard path. Don't worry about that one. We're only worrying about the normal setup path right now. Startup path.
Good morning, Penny.
make a ticket for that, and then assign it to an appropriate project for the SadPath SSH recovery. Also mention, actually, this is worth mentioning to that particular ticket, the SSH recovery SadPath. So the other thing is, some people might have never set up locally before. So there's two different SSH keys, right? There's one that is for the head scale and one that's for local. There has to be, because they are signing in through two different IP addresses. It counts as two different users. You can't use one SSH key for both connections. So basically, I think that would also create a self-healing system for that case. If somebody, let's say, is a remote user, right, and has always been a remote user, then comes over to, let's say, an office or the house of the person that they're working with, and they can connect locally, then it would require them to make a new IP address, because local is pinging true. So that would basically force the SSH to break, but then this would make it so they would have to set up a local SSH key with this SadPath. So it would fix that. Well, in that case, no, it's going to use the same exact key creation function, though. right? So it's like multiple functions. It's like there's the check function, the key creation function. All the variables already exist. Is it not refactored like that currently? Is it basically, is it just one giant function currently? Exactly. So basically, it would test out. What I'm saying is, it would self-heal though, because it's testing out the path decider is happening further upstream because it's attempting to connect with. Let's say it's the tail scale, and it pinged true for local, so it's set to local in memory, right? So it's pinging to connecting to the local IP address, and then basic because it exists, right? But it never set up an SSH locally before. So it would come out as false. So then it would request the password again, and then it would create the now local IP SSH key. Does that make sense? The path distribution is happening by the logic further upstream. Okay. All right. Okay. Now let's talk about the first time the doc does the setup for SSH key and the doc and all that other stuff. So currently, the variables for the ping and all that other stuff, as it currently exists, all those functions exist there, and they currently exist in the other format, right? Can they be replaced by the new SSH functions? Because the variables are there. They should be. So like for the initial ping, it's always going to be local for the doc initialization. So it's dash hours dash doc dot local. And then the entire process for like the local for the initialization, like the setup, all the variables are already set. It should be either in the function or it should be in the logic, actually in the logic thread. That's where the variables should exist. Step one is the ping. since it's the first time of the initialization, it's pulling the variables from the configuration file. The function is always pulling the variables from the configuration file. So by default, the configuration file has the default IP address for local, so it will come out true. So then after that, this entire system should technically work within that. I think all the default variables, everything that it currently has, it should be able to work with the new SSH utils. By the way, inside of the logic thread, we need to update the path for SSH utils import. After this, it should potentially be up and running.
This is day 29 documentation of me trying to levitate like Chris Angel. Hey, David Blaine! I'm gonna eat you for breakfast, man! I know you're keeping me from flying, man! Let her fly! Fly, Chris!
Alrighty. Alright, so now let's verify again. Is there anything missing here for the API updates that we have? Also, fuck. Okay, after it's done with the actual doc. Oh, here's another thing. When it's done with the doc initialization, it should send out a close through the API, so then that way it invalidates the API key. And it'll generate another one when it runs the application again from scratch. Well, when it actually loads the actual application. So then after that, it will. Here's the other thing too. I think we should get rid of the doc init key from the actual JSON file and the entirety of that thing. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Either the local setup has done or not. Fuck. We need to make it an actual doc local value in the doc status database table, the one that has all the other information. Because why is the application tracking that? It shouldn't. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the application. Application should only be tracking the doc. I think that would be a cleaner approach. Then let's approach the other stuff here that's within the actual doc initialization steps. We need to also add the 2 reboot counter. That's another ticket that's in here already. I think that's pretty easily addressable within the logic thread, actually. For after we send out the rename command. Oh shit, that's another thing we gotta do. We gotta update, we gotta change that one next too. Okay, so that's 3 things. The actual rename, the atomic rename can exist now as an API call as well. So we need to convert that one actually and then delete it. The atomic rename that's in the SSH utils, that can be converted to an API, and that can live within the doc underscore init underscore functions dot py for the application side for doing the API calls, and then convert the current script for the atomic rename as a function within the init underscore functions dot py file for the API itself within the doc. So where we put all the other, like the tail scale stuff, all the other functions that we converted as API requests from SSH commands, we should do that in there, so then that way it generates it in there, and then that way it just all lives in there. You know what I'm saying? And I think that would actually restructure it cleaner, because that shouldn't have never actually been inside of the fucking SSH underscore utils file, to be completely honest. So what do you think about that? I think that's the first thing we should do. And then the other two things, track it inside the shell thing, whatever the fuck. I think you're using that to track the other tasks that we're doing. Can we add those there too? Make those the next most relevant tasks. Let it go, let it go.
Some people love to be born. Chinese places
She's going up. She's in a small blind, Daniel's in a big blind. She's raising with the two deuces here. Daniel's got a hand, ace four spades. Here we go. Here's a flop. Jack nine seven on the flop. It's not the hand you're looking to flop when you're holding a pair of deuces here. It's not, but it's gonna be unnamed first. Check two. She checks and Daniel checks right behind her with his ace high. Here comes fourth street. Six. Helps neither player once again. Six, kid. Daniel is trash talking her. He says you don't have anything. I know you don't have anything. But in the meantime, she's betting 100,000 with the two deuces. Right into him. 100,000. He's trying to discourage a bet. He just has ace high. He's got a little bit of a problem. He is calling this bet, Vince. Look at this. He is calling her with ace high here. He's very stubborn here, making this call. Look at the look on her face now. Well, she can't like this call. She's got to think that she's behind. Ten of clubs comes off. Now remember, folks, we're not playing deuces wild here. What is she gonna do with these two deuces now? Look at this, Vince. He's putting on big play here. She is watching every move he's making too, Vince.
I want her to win so bad.
She checks. Look at this. He's going, he's flinging it all in. Quickly slings it in the pot. I love this bet. What a brave bet. What is he doing here?
He's still giving it away.
She's called it.
Yeah!
The singing's gonna stop now, Vince, because she's hooked him up. He's gonna lose his voice. Ace high. Big Nah has just eliminated Daniel Baldwin. She wins this pot with two deuces. What a call by Ming right there, Vince.
All right, let's take a look at this. Okay, so that makes sense. Fuck yeah. New user, new pass. Rights, correct. Correct. Run it. Honestly, this next one, I think you can handle. The send close API, you can handle that. Migrate doc initialization complete from JSON config to watchdog status is a different thing. All right, so migrating JSON doc initialization complete to watchdog status. Okay, so basically to do that, all we gotta do is we gotta rebuild the add a column to the table for watchdog status, and then basically that goes through safe write, and then basically instead of writing to the JSON file, it should do an API call to safe write, and then safe write would basically take care of filling in the correct table and column. After the table and column exist, it should be able to just find it. Am I wrong here? I really want to get this fucking doc initialization shit done, because it is literally already done. It's just I'm restructuring it. I have not touched any functions. Literally, it's just a restructuring. This is like I'm just trying to dig at this because I don't want to get caught behind by all these fucking like other tickets that are just like fucking like edge cases and all this other shit. And then also, obviously, they'll probably they'll delete the. And then also, obviously, you know, after we do this, delete the key for doc initialization complete. Oh shit. Whoa. Are you talking about the read path for the beginning of the actual application, like where it checks to see if the doc initialization complete is true or false? Because if that's the case, we're getting rid of that. And we haven't built the fucking rate call. Or the right action? No way! That's crazy. Alright, yeah, we definitely gotta do that. Yeah, I think it can handle this. This it should be able to handle. I trust it at this point. And I haven't even done a freaking compression and the context, which is pretty fucking shocking, to be honest. No. Wait 1 second. No. What I mean is we're getting rid of it entirely. So there's not even going to be an API read action. That's not existing. I'm gonna get rid of it entirely because it's completely irrelevant. Oh wait. Because the user is gonna be able to set. Oh fuck! No, we do need it. Never mind. Make it exist. Yeah. I'm sorry. Please continue. I fucked up and canceled. As soon as I stopped it, it fucking kept going. Wow, okay. All right. Let's do that. Pretty much all that takes is just the ping that is doing after that it starts doing after it's done doing the after it sends out the command for the what used to be the atomic rename reboot. Now is through the API call, but basically that ping, just have it be so it pings once true, turns off, it should stop pinging, then ping again, and once it pings the second time, it's good to go after the initial shut off. So essentially it's going to turn itself off, it's going to reboot, it's going to start pinging right after. It usually doesn't ping there until it actually boots up all the way. It'll start pinging as soon as it's done, as soon as it sends out the command. It should ping twice, and then it will give you the option to do the continue button, basically. Have the logic for the ping counter happen, or maybe what if, or I mean, can I send a command through the API instead of doing it through the ping like this? Because I feel like this is kind of half-assed. I think I could send back through the script an API variable or something where basically it says we're done and it can continue. That way it can green light from the actual dock instead of being like, because what if it's like it pings true and it doesn't turn off by the time it starts pinging, so it just pinged true as soon as it like launched it, and then it's like it's not actually, or sometimes it does or sometimes it doesn't depending on like network speeds or whatever the fuck. I mean, even though it's a 1 gigabit connection generally minimum per local connection, but you never know. I feel like it's not idempotent enough by doing it through the ping system instead of doing it by something like that. Does that make sense? Is that possible? After doing a reboot, could I be standing by like API waiting for like some sort of variable to receive a variable back? Or would it need to like update a database column basically saying the initialization is complete? Or maybe we do initialization complete right after, instead of writing it from the actual application, have it trigger as soon as the second as soon as it does the atomic, because it turns itself off once, it basically turn off the connection, the SSH connection. Then it turns itself back on, and then it runs the script to do the rename, and then it turns itself off after the rename is done, and then after that it turns itself back on one last time. But then on that reboot, have it populate the database as for that column that we just added, to basically make it dock initialization complete true. And then in the meantime, meanwhile it's rebooting and doing all that stuff, it's just constantly, the application side is just constantly trying to read the watchdog database, watchdog status table for dock initialization complete column to say true. Does that make sense? Is that a cleaner way to do it? Or can I send a command back to the application from the API even though I reset the also, fuck, I just realized something. The API key, the temporary API key, the ephemeral API key, does it exist in hard drive memory or does it exist within RAM memory? It should be hard drive memory. If I remember correctly, I have a .env somewhere that houses it. Okay, so wait a minute. That's a little bit of a problem. I don't want that living in memory RAM like that. It should live in a... I mean, that's the whole point of the heartbeat. I thought it was actually in the hard drive memory. So when it reboots twice, it can't send back because the API key is no longer good. I wouldn't have done the heartbeat system if we were doing it via RAM, but the whole purpose is basically if the dock turns itself off, turns itself back on, like this, in this instance, for example. Or the other way we could do it is just literally... Oh, fuck. No, dude, I think the cleanest approach is doing it via memory, but that would require a little bit of a redesign there. No, I feel like the remint system is not clean. I feel like that is not clean because it's gonna keep trying to ping it until it's able to ping it, and then it makes the API key. And then what if it turns itself off as it's writing the API key? I don't know. There is a little bit of fucking gray weirdness there. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think that having the API key exist in memory also justifies the heartbeat system existing. On a second level. Fuck. No, because then I don't want it living in... Oh, fuck. My question is what's the user going to see at that level? Because they have to know that something is happening and they're not just waiting. All right, I like that approach with the read. I like it, basically having it pull until, but how does it know reboot 2 happened? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole thing. It's like, and what if it writes the... Nope. Like, how does it know to start the actual... Fuck. Reading and then generating the API key to actually be able to read, right? Like, how does it know? We have to figure that out. I mean, would we base it on pings then at that point? Like a number of pings? But then, I mean, generally, the way that it does it is it turns itself off. But then I don't know about the timing regarding the ping after sending the API request versus an SSH command. How much slower is it? Is it that much slower? Is it faster? Is it not slow at all? Is it just as fast? Because if it's just as fast, then it definitely will be 2 pings. It'll ping once true and it'll ping the second time. It always does that every single time. So then we could also coordinate that with the ping system. And then verify with the dock initialization true. Does that work? My parents are home. Wait, am I really overthinking it? Because my question is, how is it able to reach the database? Is it just an SSH request? I mean, then it's just literally pinging the database through the API by minting a key, then pinging the API. It's the same exact shit, except it's just literally just essentially. I see what you're saying. All right, so what you're saying is basically there's no risk in what if it mints and tries to read after it resets, and then it's minting the key as it's restarting and can corrupt something because it's writing something as it turns itself off. But would the reboot then be a safety for that? Like, would it not trigger some sort of corruption as a result of trying to write meanwhile it's turning itself off because it's a software reboot and not like power outage? Because if that's the case, then I totally agree with this current system that you recommended. This makes the most amount of sense. I was worried about that because I'm fucking shell shocked from power outages. My bad. All right, run it, run it. Oh yeah, duh, because it's minting the fucking API key via, it's minting it in RAM. I fucking forgot that part. Okay, let's go. Wait, where is that fucking... Where does that exist? Init functions, okay. Alright, cool. Okay. I think that's the initialization setup, fundamental systems. Have we finished any tickets? So 481 is officially shipped? Like we're done. We're closing it? Oh wow, it was already a ticket. My bad. I didn't realize that. Alright, cool. All right, BT80, is that part of the current priority cluster for projects? Same question with 482. And then yeah, for BT009 and 138, yeah, we can call those closed. I think that we should pretty much, what is it? It's like 8:45 p.m. That's it. I think it might be worth it to swap over to fucking DeepSeek. Let's do a git push. These are doable tomorrow. So we got 2 tickets done. All right, cool. Let's call it end of day for right now. Let's call it end of day. It is 8:48 p.m. I want to try Pink Pony Club. Last year I kept getting JoJo Siwa confused with fucking Chapel Roan, so that's why I didn't want to fucking learn Pink Pony Club, because I was like, JoJo Siwa is like a little weird, you know? I didn't want to learn it because of that, but now I do, because I found out it's not. Let me see if I can make it G. And I can go down a half step. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. Dance at the club, just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing in the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on down there in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing in the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, on down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing in the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing in the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. And turn up the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, on down. Ah, not bad. Yeah, do it all. Do it all. Use the conversation for context for the closed tickets. You already see. Wiki and Jest, run it. Run it. I know it's a big difference, but we gotta run it. So I have the context window available. If you gotta do sub agents, however you gotta do it, fucking just make sure it's accurate. I think that's also part of it anyway, like for the workflow. Double check that, verify, but it should be sub agent based, so that way it has the most amount of accuracy. I have the context window available for that. Yeah, fuck yeah, I do. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you stand at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, on down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing actually not too bad. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. You stand at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, not down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. And let's see what that sounds like. I'm curious. There's intonation problems. Let me try that again. Alright, let's give this. This is literally the fucking 5th time I'm singing this, so here we go. God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. You dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, not down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I fucked up the word there a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Could it be better? Maybe. 5th time ever singing it? Not bad. Not bad. I'm so curious to see what they would think, though. You know, like, I don't know. But I definitely want to watch fucking, whatchamacallit with them. They're really interested in watching the Odyssey. The theaters down here are not too bad, dude, to be honest. There's like a chain that has a couple of decent theaters. Not like when we went to watch Transformers, I'm not sure if you remember. But it was like, do you remember the movie theater that we went to go see, like, Shrek in? Like, the one in, like, not in Sick Sun, but in, oh my god. You go down to fucking Hackettstown, and then it's like in Mansfield, yeah. like before they bought them, or even actually even if you remember these, like the before they became a chain, like all these movie theaters before they ever became a chain. Actually, before we would go, before Mansfield, when we would go out to fucking Sukasuna, the Sukasuna movie theater. I'm not sure if you remember those. They were like tiny. It was like, you know, it was like not stadium seating or anything like that. But now they have like the AMCs, like the first gen of AMCs out here pretty much. It's like stadium seating, nice sound system. Pretty nice theater, you know, overall I would say pretty nice theater. Not like the first time that we came down here to watch a movie, it was like we'd gone back in time to like early 2000s. I'm not sure if you remember like those movie theaters, because there wasn't any like movie theater chains down here. But honestly, I kind of preferred those two in a weird way, just because it's like local people that just love movies instead of just like massive faceless corporations. You know what I mean? It's like economically speaking, I prefer those theaters. Quality speaking, I prefer the current ones. But I mean, it's always like with everything. It's always like, but yeah, dude, it's I'm really like I like the current movie theaters. They're nice. gonna stop recording because this is gonna literally take a hot minute.
the hills and only thinking of you. You say help me when my heart is more than you.
Kind of want to keep going. I'm gonna talk to my parents for a little bit, real quick. And so I'll be right back. Kind of want to keep going. Like that was good. Good rolling, and it's like all these things seem like I just knock them out. Even if I consider them to be done there's a lot of stuff here. All of this stuff is literally just like fine Alright, I'll be right back.
you go. Only let you lie to. Time still happy gone.
Hello. Uh-oh. Why is my camera turned off? That was weird. Alrighty. We back. Sorry about that, y'all. Alrighty. We're gonna keep going. I actually kind of want to open up the day again still. I'll mark off the hours starting 10:42 p.m. I want to put in one more hour, so just whatever we're going to add, basically just one more hour of time ultimately. But what I want to take a look at, it just, you can hard add it in, like you don't actually need to call that the end of day. Whatever the end of day was minus 10, like whatever amount of time, you know, subtract that amount of time that I was not here. Starting from 10:42 forward, you can subtract it from the total amount of time. But just that's just context. So make that note within the full day thing. All right. So okay. Basically what I want to look at real quick is the next project priority project cluster. Give me a list of all the tickets and give me the goals of the tickets in single sentences. If I want to expand on any of them, I'll ask. Bulleted, or actually no, as a table, please. That'd be awesome. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I forgot to raise my fucking volume. Here we go. Hello, now you can hear me a little better. Alright, there we go. That's a lot better, huh? Alright, let's see. I feel like these first 3 tickets you can just kind of knock out the park. There might be questions you have for me. Let me see. Most Yeah, dude, I think most of these you could just kind of knock out the park unless you have questions for me. Ask me questions for these one at a time if you need to. If you can assume the like approach, just summarize the action very briefly, 2 sentences per ticket, 3 sentences per ticket max. As a table, please. So goal, and now add another column that's like actions, or like how certain you would be that you could just run it based off of what you see here, and unless it would break something that we just did in the last push, or if the last push potentially nullified this ticket. Yeah, like the clean unused shadow top level imports, like you could do that. Like you can do that. This is a baby. All right, then execute BT008, and then let's take that one on first. You could run it. But how did it not nullify it? I mean, I think the current system, you don't need the username is not being pulled from the configuration file anymore. It's being pulled directly from the server. That's the whole purpose of the TPM database. This is a child. Who are you? This is... This is a mama. Okay, cool. That butterfly is so cute. Alright, I just want to make sure I didn't fucking... Oh, wait a second. They have babies. They're way too young to be having babies. I would never be able to do that, dude. I would never be able to do that. That, like, being like 20 years old and having a kid, oh my god, dude. I would not be able to. I barely feel good enough to have a kid now. Like, fuck, dude. I mean, I'm not financially available to have a kid. You know? But I feel like mature enough emotionally. I feel like I'd be a good parent. I feel like I would be a good parent. All right. Oh, fucking Christ, dude. Fucking fly. Of course, there's barely any flies out right now, and of course I get the one fly. Alright, let's look at the next one. No, 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 no. Wait, no, no, no. So the username... Why is it pulling the placeholder? What's the function within that doc init function? When it... Oh, it's just a variable at the top? Is that just a variable at the top of the entire functions? Or is that like a variable that's called into a particular function? The ticket you just edited here. 746. I'm just gonna look at the fucking code. Doc API access not imported correctly. They said 746. No. No, 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 no. So the username for... It should not be sending a username to the API. The API is being pulled from the TPM database. That's already been set. the actual API for the Tailscale setup inside of the API, inside of init underscore functions on the doc itself, it should be populating the username from the TPM database. It should not be populating it from the application. So the entirety of that variable should not be used. Unless it's being used as like UI data kind of like feedback, this is being done. But even then, it's not going to have that variable anymore. It's not being pushed or used at all. And honestly, it shouldn't even be in the actual doc. I mean, configuration file anymore. Oh, no. I'm wrong. My bad. It's actually being used by the API to create the username. That's right, because it verifies the user, that it verifies the doc. So it gives it the head-scale API access, and it uses the placeholder to basically create the head-scale username. Is that the flow there? Just verifying? My bad, I totally forgot about that. My bad. Let's move on to the next ticket. We good. So SSH Manager should have been phased out of the doc init logic. So SSH Manager should have been phased out of the doc init logic. If it hasn't, it needs to be, and then replaced with the functions from the new SSH class at the top of SSH utils. Those other two pieces of dead codes you can get rid of, but let's talk about that SSH Manager part. I'm happy we actually going through these tickets, to be honest. I finished the architecture, but this also enables me to like double check it. Okay. Perfect. Run it. All right, let's look at the next one. Yeah, these are quick. I was right to do these. Oh, wait. One last thing. Let's make sure we got all of the imports for the doc init functions, doc init logic as well. I think it might be missing the API import. And then the other thing is the actual potentially, and also check the JSON file one. I think it might also be missing. Check it to see if it's they're all correct, please. Thank you. And then let's work on BT066. Oh, we got a good flow going, dude. Come on. This is smart. Having fun.
I don't know, motherfucker. Fuck you asking us for? Why did you?
Now let's do BT066. That was easy. Just double checking though. I mean, it doesn't really. I have never come. I've tested this a couple hundred times already in terms of rebooting the system, recreating the system, rerunning through the fucking dock initialization process, everything. Like I've done it all already. My question is this like is this the best approach, to be honest? Is it fine how it works? I mean, I haven't come across any bugs yet out of a couple hundred tests. All right, let's do a git push. Use the context for all these. It's still not end of day. We still got a couple more minutes left. Continuing to another one. Close the tickets that are mentioned in the context window, and do whatever you need to do. The full workflow, please. I've just literally been recording nothing, waiting for this thing to finish. Oh my god. And now it's about to finish, and I just realized that. I could have paused this entire fucking recording. I lost almost most of the time that I left fucking doing this push. God damn it. What's important though? It's important to do the updates and do all the context and do all this stuff. It's important. I think this cluster is done, isn't it? Yeah, let's look at the next project. Let's look at the next project. I think 254 is done. What is 251? Is it something, how confident, same as, all right, so the last time you gave me a table, and give me the confidence that you feel like you can do each one with. I'm gonna keep giving you feedback on each one though real quick. Oh shit, this is local setup. This is actually not something I'm working on right now. No, this is not the next. No, look at the project priority. Doc init logics cleanup. That is the next cluster, or the next project set. We're not doing. I said what's the next one, right? So project priority always says the next project. So those are the ones that we're doing. Doc init logic cleanup. Give me a table, one sentence describing the goal of each ticket, and then your confidence level of being able to just handle it. My next question is how many of these are actually still relevant after the most recent changes, And then the high ones, the mechanical ones, fucking just handle those. You got that. Yeah, double check BT90, but I believe that's also out. So yeah, BT80, BT82, BT81, BT142, handle those. BT90, handle it. Just confirm that what your assumption is valid, because I think it is though. BT85, renumber, BT92. Yeah, BT85, BT92 are also, I believe, dead code. Verify, please. BT93. BT93 might have been made irrelevant with the most recent changes because we revamped SSH systems. 8794, 87 is... BT87 might have also been addressed with today's changes. 94. I think 94 is the only one that actually... 94 and 88. '94 and 88, let's put to the side for now. Let's address those other ones that I said, and I think, yeah, we're gonna have to address each one of those other ones, 94 and 88, individually.
Bullet train that goes 400 miles an hour. How come I can't get to Chicago in 3 hours by train? How come the airports in my country look like shit, and you go to the Chinese airports and they're pristine with like the most amazing services and the best restaurants? How come
This one's gonna take a while, so I'll stop recording here. Alright, we're back. Gonna keep moving forward. Getting closer. Bunch of tickets fixed here on one shot. Fucking nothing. Knocked out the Pac. Yeah, I believe that the SSH credentials, the approach for all that stuff was replaced. I think it was. Verify, please. When I said put to the side, I meant for like until now. Now we're going to address them. The two that were queued for next, the two members still open. Yeah, 94 and 88. Ask me the questions that you need for those to draw conclusions about what to do. Give me your recommendations per question, please. I don't want to be making these decisions right now. They're trying to get through these tickets. If it could point me towards the best decision, I'm probably going to go with it. Yeah. The reason why we want to do that though is also because the logic is handled for the number is handled by the actual logic thread. The logic for the number is handled by the logic thread. For this question, the one that's actually handling the numbers is the logic thread. That's the only thing that's actually handling numbers. That should no longer be a thing for like step numbers and stuff like that is coordinated by the logic thread currently, I believe. Does this change any of the other questions that you had asked me? Run it. Which is the recommended approach? That's what I was asking. BT88 I had basically answered before I gave you the context of the current code base. So if you can look at the code base again and tell me what the best recommended approach for that is so it's coherent and is consistent with everything that we're currently doing there, that would be the most optimal approach. think I had answered that way already anyway, so I just wanted to make sure that was good. All right. What's next? Time to get push. I'm gonna do a little bit more time on this day today. Why are you telling me it's the Doc and It Wizard cluster? I think this entire cluster here was done today. Alright, I'm gonna stop recording real quick because I'm not gonna do the same mistake I did last time. we're gonna move on to I honestly want to take these on next because I think most of these are going to be things that we could cancel out by the recent changes that we made. Use the conversation context for your answer. I'm not going to answer questions I've already answered, dude. I'm not going to do that. Okay. All right, so for the next cluster, basically, I want to just make sure it's on the to-do list on the tomorrow start or whatever the fuck it's called. Basically, it should be these. Today we did a bunch of SSH reformatting, and I want to make sure that I want to see if it made any of these tickets or all of these tickets, hopefully, either really, really easy or completely done. Or, yeah. Pretty much that. Basically, what I'm doing right now is just making sure to see that these tickets, to see if they were done or not. That's pretty much it. We're just checking, and once we're done with these, that's gonna be it for the day.
Can you help me with my passwords? No, please. It's really hard.
All right, so let's remove first the ones that, let's close the ones that are closed. Let's call them closed. Then for the last ones, how give me a table with the goal of each one on top of the stuff that you gave me above, and then also give me the solution that you're proposing and your confidence to be able to execute it and relate without having any input from me. And if you need input from me, it's okay, just let me know. Execute BT 171 and 143. Or 434. Is 114 still relevant? Because it's gonna get replaced by the current systems. Like the new SSH payload system through the API, we're no longer going through that. Same with 160, same with 125, same with 160 and 125. Actually, for 434, is it no longer relevant because of the current system, though? That's another thing. I mean, Do we have to update the equivalent of the old one? Why would I replace BT123 with emojis? That makes no sense. And besides, once again, the what of this is out of scope now because we're swapping systems to the updated one for SSH. Also, wasn't 411 already replaced? I mean, we've already built it out. Once again. That's why I keep saying, like, I think all these are irrelevant now. Unless the similar changes can be or need to be applied, absolutely need to be applied. Like if they only if they absolutely need to be applied to the updated version of the SSH systems. SSH Manager is no longer there. It's actually being retired. No, it's there still, but it's not relevant anymore. It's only been applied to the initialization process, but it's going to be reapplied to literally everything. So if there's any gaps that any of these tickets covered that are needed for the new SSH systems, then yeah, we should probably apply them to those. But other than that, I mean, like, unless there's a major gap, it's a lot of these, I don't see how they're necessary. I would like feedback, please. Thank you. Yes, go on closing the 5 newly obviated tickets. 434. What would you recommend for 434? I guess B, yeah, let's do that. And what would you recommend for... I guess... What's the point for the bare print calls and doc session SSH? What's the purpose of that? If that's... Is it just like for debugging systems? Where is that? Okay, that was this. So I have an entire ticket for the debugging system. I'm reworking the entire debugging system. There's tickets in there for that currently. So I think that maybe this gets added to that ticket for the debugging stuff. So basically we should have potentially finished all this here. So now we're down another project cluster, which puts us down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 tickets, 15 cluster project clusters, which is fucking great. So basically, most of this stuff was pretty much deletable. In a nutshell, we're gonna get these out of the way, and then like most of these tickets were deletable and like they were completely useless and irrelevant. The only thing that was really needed was this last one, 434, and that's not even for something that I'm working on right now. So I figured might as well just get it over with, and that's pretty much it. I think that's gonna be it for me for today. I wonder how much shit I actually did today. I'm so curious. 28%. All right, so git push. It is 12:53 p.m. So it's end of day officially for the what was supposed to be the end of day, where I took away the few hours there. So I ended up pushing from 11:43 to 12:53, one more hour. So sorry about that, but yeah, we're done now. Git push, please. this. It's already doing a full git push. Wait, what? Alright. I'm gonna go to bed. But I just gotta make sure that this shit actually pushes. Oh, that's what it's been doing. It's already been doing the git push. Oh, fuck yeah! Okay. Then I guess if it's already doing the git push, I guess this is good night. Alright. Well, I guess if this is it for tonight. I guess this is the git push, so I guess this is it for tonight. It's 1:02 a.m. So I ended up staying up a little later. My bad. But we're good. I mean, we did it, right? Look how cool this shit looks. Look how fucking cool this shit looks. This is a year of my life right here. Also, I wanted to merge this ticket into the other logging system ticket, not make another one for this. So close the one that was existing and merge it into like the data from that one as one of the things to cover within the scope of the logging system. I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit clearer. Oh my god, dude, I just can't wait for this bit. I want to go to bed so bad, dude. That's what I thought you were doing this entire time, was looking for the ticket to merge it into. There's one that regards, like, BT123 falls within the scope of the error handling system for another ticket. That's what I thought you've been doing this entire time. And you were doing a bunch of other stuff. So I really need this to be folded into the correct location for the error debugging system. There's a debugging revamp ticket. Again, basically this falls within the scope of that. I want this folded into that, then close BT123. And then git push. It's already been doing git push. As far as I'm aware, everything's doing, it's been answering fucking intent questions when all I asked was to fold the goddamn ticket in. So I don't understand why it's been doing that, but I mean, if it's already almost done, just keep going. Just make sure that gets done, please. The one thing I asked for. It's been fucking 20 minutes, dude. God damn. I just want to go to sleep. I'm so fucking tired. God damn, it finally found it. It did it. Alright, please don't take like 30 minutes doing this. Oh my god, dude. I sent that to my friend. I love that song so goddamn much. Oh my god, dude. Still just doing intent files. No way. Oh my god, dude. I need to fucking reorganize this. This like blew up in my face. Can we just make sure that this tomorrow start list, the .md file, is just updated so it's like reflecting things that are actually active and not just reminding me what we did yesterday, because that's what the point of the work log is. I don't want double logging. There's no point of that. Wait, what? Oh god, I knew it did it fucking weird. God damn it. Also, make sure just read the context window for any of the questions you have. And yes, end of day is not start. No. Make the end of day be today, the 30th, right? At whatever the fuck time it is, 1:15 a.m. The commit subject test, I mean, like, it's all relevant to the conversation context. That's your scope of work, not mine. I don't want to have to okay that. If you think it's accurate to the conversation that we had, then it works. It's not really relevant. It's like it's just note taking. It's not like something that needs to be like absurdly accurate and okayed architecture, you know, fucking. That's something that needs it, but not this. For tomorrow start, refresh approach, just make sure you do the things I started this prompt with. It's relevant to that. And no other end of day note. But yeah, just make sure that the end of day is not starting a new day and ending it, like starting it at 12 a.m. and ending it at 1:15. No. This day started at whatever the fuck time it started at, and it was supposed to end at 11:24 p.m., but now it is ending at 1:18 a.m. on May 30th. It started at May 29th, ends on May 30th, 1:18 a.m. Whatever the fuck the start time was, I didn't really catch that. I forgot. That's a whole other set of work. It's gonna be like another 10 minutes. But this is exactly why, generally, by ticket. We do get pushed by ticket. Even though it does like a 10-minute push every single time regardless. But this is like simple shit. This is not like huge architecture like shifts or anything. Let's see project priority. Yes, it's accurate. This is tomorrow. Honestly, I could probably finish all those in another hour, to be honest. This right here is like basically just another hour. This right here is a whole set of stuff. This is all backend for SFTP sections, and this is going to be moving a lot of SFTP functions over into the correct section. Backend shit. This tail scale backend, I'm not too sure. I think most of this might honestly be covered already too. Like you see, like these right here, I might be able to do these 3 clusters tomorrow, I think, which would put me really in the running to finishing this in the next like fucking week, to be completely honest. If I could do that, oh my god, I'm gonna be one happy person. But oh my god, I am stir crazy right now. I'm like standing up, walking around, fucking. I just can't stay sitting. Oh, thank God. All right, get pushed done. Solid. Thank you very much for all of your help today.